Ah, new here. We're back. Oh boy, got a banger stream for you guys today. Ooh, let's send out the notifications. Check it. Wow. Today we have 100 fortress maps. 100. I just realized I need to... maybe we'll do yolks, maybe not. I'm not going to do the overlay. Going too fast. Yo, Stove! I figured you'd be here. What's up, dude? What up, what up? Alright, so we got to talk a little bit about the new Atlas setup. There's no fragments involved. Basically, just jump in. I've been preparing for this. I just want to jump right in. I don't even want to, like, greet you guys. Sorry. You just walk through the door and say hello if you want. I'm going straight to the YouTube. What's going on, guys? New here. Guess what? We got 100 maps of Fortress boss rushing. I'm excited to bring you the first farm of Mirage League. But also, sorry to tell you, it's not the Mirage mechanic. So you might have been looking forward to seeing what I had to say about crazy new juice strats on Mirage mechanic. I'm sure some of that will come later. Actually, some of that came beforehand. I already put out a video talking about Eldritch Altars with that. So I used that strategy, Eldritch Altar farming through the Mirage mechanic, to get a nice bit of currency, but it basically broke my hand picking up that much loot. It was honestly like Nemesis 3 days. So kind of glad to, you know, graduate from that and do something a little off the beaten path. And by off the beaten path, I mean off the Atlas completely. So it's going to be a shorter than usual intro because we're not even using any fragments, and I don't really need to talk to you about any crazy new tech with all the different things, the void stones and different things you can do with the Mirage mechanic, because this is pretty simple. Tier 17 Fortress boss rushing has been a very lucrative strat since last league, league before that. You guys probably know about it. And many of you are probably thinking, hey, wait, what? Tier 17s, they're gone now. Well, no, they're not actually. They're just downgraded to Tier 16 and had slight functionality changes. Yes, it's true, the juicing maps and things like that are going to be more akin to just regular Tier 16s or Tier 16.5 originator maps, because they will get all the boosts from, you know, the Atlas and all the changes there. More on that at a later date. But the core functionality of the Fortress boss rushing strategy is totally intact. We're still just farming the Uber Fragments, and we're farming the Yoke of Suffering if we can. And so I've been doing this strat since day 2. We did, I've already done probably close to 100 maps of that. But we're now on day 3, and I'm going to be using basically my day 2 character, because this is early on in the day. And so if you want to check the description of the video, you can see the exact setup I had on the day 2 character. One exception is the brand new coin here. We got a level 1 hypothermia on Ice Shot of Penetration. So I think this is the only change from what the day 2 snapshot on the gear shows. So if you were kind of wanting to follow along with the build and seeing what, you know, what it takes to, you know, kill this boss as fast as you're about to see, well, you know, this is giving me 20% more damage on top of that. I'm really close to the actual league starter, the way I had it set up. Probably about a total of 30% more player power, maybe, than what you got to see in the build showcase, build overview, and all that stuff. So it's looking pretty nice. I like where it's at. More than enough power to do this map here. So let's talk about the setup for the Atlas. You do have to do a little bit of work to get here. You need to get your Void Stone. Actually, you don't have to get your Void Stone. You're not technically. You either need to do regular Elder to path up here, or you need to do, you know, the Cortex chain. So I end up just getting through the Cortex chain and going up this way. Actually, I don't think Void Stones matter a whole lot here, what you're doing. But, you know, other certain things do, like, I think maybe you get extra power. Actually, no, I don't even think you get extra power, like in the form of 25% chance for additional downside. I haven't seen any of that. So I don't think Void Stones really matter at all here, as a matter of fact. So you can't do any sort of Maven Witness. You can still do Eldritch Witnessing, or Eldritch Influence, but it's not going to be impacted in any major way. So it's quite simple, the setup. We're just throwing a bunch of fortress maps in here, and you can see if we open this up, voila, no fragments, just running the maps. I'm actually just going to go ahead and activate this as we switch over into the Atlas. Now, the Atlas, I do want to talk a little bit about. There's a whole lot of borrowed player power going on in this Atlas. So much so that I decided I'm going to come out with another video after this talking about all the crazy tech for borrowed player power in the Atlas, because I think it'd be nice to revisit that. I've talked about that something like 5 or 6 leagues ago. But I basically just took the original Atlas that I got my Atlas progression done with, in which case my plan was to go immediately to Nico borrowed power, focus a lot less on map tech and stuff. I just simply pulled the shaping nodes out and replaced them with the quant wheel, more stuff along the top, and a little bit of scarab stuff, and that's basically it. I had already decided to go into heisting things, Eldritch Influence, and Shrines, and then Nico, so a lot of the Atlas was already intact. So I went up along the right-hand side and focusing on the center. Increased effective modifiers and maps does matter, as well as the area quant, a little bit for the number of Uber key fragment drops, although this formula for that has changed since last league, so we drop anywhere between 1, 2, or 3 fragments. And then I also picked up Dutiful Soldier, because this is giving a sort of adrenaline buff, plus I have Anger Aura on Huck now, so this is all actually really nice to get that amount of borrowed power. So we have Shrines, we have Nico, packed with energy, and then we also have Huck on the map. That's basically the big 3 in terms of borrowed power. Have a chance to get fully revealed blueprint at the same time and get some rogue markers as well. Blocking some scarabs, giving a little bit of extra focus on scarabs on this setup, because it still has originator map mods, or tier 17 map mods, mixed in with tier 16 map modifiers. So we will get some % more scarab mods. And even though I'm just rushing the boss, I have noticed that I do get some value from scarabs. I really do. Scarabs are kind of going up in price right now as well. So Remarkable Relic, super important there. And yeah, that's not much else. You can see I have, I think it's 10 points that I haven't picked up yet. Okay, so I'm missing 10 points. If I had more points, I'd probably just get the middle wheel, or maybe something like Amplified Artifacts. A little bit more focus on Scarabs. That'd be about it. Okay, we also have... not also. As you got to see, I had 20 maps already ready to go, and I have another 80 here. You might be running about Regex. I have that linked in the description. The Regex is not terribly expensive, or doesn't make for terribly expensive maps. The basics, elemental hit-based bow build, can't have no leech, can't have monsters devoid elemental ailments, and can't have reduced extra damage from crit. Other than that, you have pretty much anything. I also regexed a few extra things off where the boss would get a whole bunch of extra EHP. So yeah, I'm a little tighter on the regex. But anyway, the maps themselves are universal and can be used for any type of nightmare map, fortress, whatever. And so the price is anywhere between 20 and 25 right now. It's actually kind of on the downturn a little bit. The fragments are holding, and then the Yoke of Suffering, which is the other jackpot drop, is also dropping a little bit. Its average value right now, I think, is about 3 divines based on that. And so I should drop 5 of those, so I should have an extra 15 divines. So I think I can normalize the results based on that. If we just kind of remove the yokes from the end, and then just add 15 divines on top, and see what I get in terms of the remainder of the value. It's going to be a very simple farm. The investment cost in total... Actually, I forgot to do that part. That was 25 times 100 divided by 150, because divine orbs are worth that right now. We got 16.7 divines. Alright. Give me a second, guys. I'll get that. There we go. Okay, here you go. Got the notepad open. here's a nice little bit of information too. I did, in the middle of day 2, a test run of 20 maps of Shrine Blasting with the strat that I made a YouTube video on. About 13.5 divines per hour on that farm, and the character was a bit weaker than it is now at the time. But yeah, I was making some pretty nice currency, at least relative to previous leagues, more than normal. Currency is inflated this league though, so take that for a grain of salt. A lot of unknowns still. Anyway, this is sort of a reference point that I have. I wanted to get a well-established number for that. So that's not what this video is about, but I just figured it'd be nice to share that little bit of information. 100 maps Fortress boss, rushing investment cost 16.7. We'll normalize it by, again, removing the yolks of suffering and then adding 15 divines on top of the final number. And that will basically... that'll kick things off. Let's go into the first map, and I'll show you this is really fast. I mean, this is really, really fast mapping. You get borrow power in all kinds of different ways. I don't even necessarily mess with the Eldritch Altars, honestly. I want to find a Smuggler's Cache, at least one. Get Huck out. And if I get an Acceleration Shrine, it's even better. Okay, not counting on that, but Nico packed with energy gives a whole bunch of extra damage as well. Honestly, just making sure there's not a blueprint dropping. You get this, look at this buff, Combat Ready. This is like Adrenaline. I actually forgot about that buff automatically. I should have taken Huck earlier this league. And so that's a much faster than normal boss kill on account of Adrenaline. Or not Adrenaline, but the Acceleration Shrine. But anyway, that's a map. They get done in less than a minute, normally. Unless I'm stopping around and trying to farm stuff. There are some situations where I might do kind of a full clear if I'm getting some outrageously good Eldritch Altars, where it's turning into like an actual, like, you know, Shrine Blasting map. But otherwise, not really. So yeah, that's a map. We have about 5% chance to drop Yoke of Suffering, I think. And every map will hopefully look like that. It would not be deathless, I'm sure. I really like Ice Shot of Penetration for this. And Divine Orb's kind of lucky, a little bit. Again, we have more... oh, yeah, figured that. I thought the path straight down, so... there you go. That's what it's like. Can't be getting hit by that much stuff. But even if I die once, you know, I can take a different path and actually loot some things along the way, so it's not all bad. Ew. Unless I die a second time, then it is bad. And if I die a second time, then I'm losing a little bit of value. No more of that. No more of that. So in this case, I'm not even checking the altars, so I just want to get there, get it done. Worst mob type, too, with the bubbles. Wait, really? A second Divine Orb in the same map? That's insane, dude. Alright, that's just luck. That's good luck. Wow. 2 raw div in the same map. For this strat, that's nuts. I know there's more loot dropping and everything, but what? Let's see if we can get a Yoke of Suffering on top of that. That'd be crazy. 3 fragments, though. Since Fragment is worth like 30C, I think, and Decaying is worth 25-ish. How do you unlock the ability to run Fortress map? I think you have to choose either regular Elder or regular Cortex. You don't have to do Uber Cortex, no. You're not doing Uber Cortex. Yeah, that's what I get for reading text. I'm reading text so much. I should just start pausing the map when I read those. like this. Why I'm not pausing the map. What in the world? 3 divines and 3 maps? I'm unconscious. That's an outlier. I don't know. Could I kill Ubers? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could kill Ubers right now. I could definitely do, like, Uber Eater. I know I could do that one. Probably not Uber XR because I'm just too bad at the balls. Not for a lack of damage or anything, just... I can't do Ubers that can... Ubers that can land a hit on me, I can't do. I'm not tanky enough to do Ubers as far as, like, actually, like, you know, dealing with incoming damage and all that. Now, I guess here's an example of a map where I'm just gonna actually loot a little bit. Just too much stuff dropping. I don't really think it's... I'm making all that much currency, though, by looting things. Not really. I don't know. God, even more smugglers' caches? Crazy. All the profit from this is gonna be yolks. No, the fragments are actually profit. Because the map only costs like 25C, even if you're like roll it at an average of like 3 or 4 chaos per map. It's only like 25C, and then the one fragment, average value of one fragment is 25C. So you're getting at least an average of, you're getting like 2.2 fragments per kill or something like that. So you're definitely making profit. No, it's not possible to farm my level 84 cluster jewels like that, like we used to do. I think it can only be done through Simulacrum now in any serious way, any serious capacity. Oh, what the hell? Minimum? You don't need hardly any. I mean, most of my LS points are dedicated to borrow power. I hate how the apparition of the other monster made me run backwards into the previous monster that got the kill on me. Like, this is a super dangerous mob there. So annoying. One mob. I'm getting one mob. It's actually easier than trying juicing because there's no beyond or delirium that just automatically makes it easier. The inclusion of heist is so smart on this strat, especially with the Huck, borrow power, the anger aura, all that stuff. Oh, he was fast. Mofo's fast. 3 portals. Much damage. Really? Okay. Yeah, minimum Atlas points would be like, I don't know, 70 or 80 or something. I think I'm gonna get a surprising amount of value in the form of scarabs on this strat. What's the premier scarab farm? This league, it's not boxes, is it? Boxes. Oh, and you guys might not know this. I should have said this in the front of the video. Oh, Pandemonium scarab, nice. But the boss can spawn inside the Mirage. It's very, very rare, but it can happen. And you can run him twice, you know, for that. Price of Pandemonium. Is it? I have no idea what it is. Is it garbage or is it really good? Yeah. Decoration. Wait, I was running backwards. I didn't even know it. Oh my god, dude. What are you doing? Mixed up here. They want to be looting. There's too much loot. Twitch Doyle saying I'm having a hard time scaling damage, eh? On this build? I don't know why that card is here. It's not worth anything. I mean, this build does not have bad... This is extremely high single target. That's one of the points of this build. If you're struggling, like actually struggling with single target, like more than you would be on a Deadeye, for example, or you think you are, I'm going to assume you didn't take off precise technique when you switch to crit or something. Because it's either that or your bow is like just miserably bad. Nothing else really makes sense to me. I mean, even a bad bow, like I said 500 physical DPS, like that alone would still be fine. I would still be doing at least half the damage I'm doing if I had a 500, like the worst bow that I suggested. Telling you what, if I never checked or looted anything, I would basically never die on the way there. 3 split-second backtracking though. That was no bar power, except for, well, Huck, yeah. One nice thing about Huck is, because I get the anger fragment, I get, like, it automatically solves Trinity. In fact, I was able to put, Hydrosphere back in for that. I mean, I also got a Corrupted Quiver first. So the Corrupted Quiver kind of enables Trinity a little bit, but then Huck's Anger Aura really enables it. Profile, exclamation point profile, let's see the profile.
Approach, challenger.
Okay. Head first into barrels. Perhaps they're influenced too by Elder. I don't think Divination Scarabs are worth that much right now. Oh god. Let's mess that up. Overloaded intensities, but why did I get this? Wait, what? How'd I get this? And a Yoke of Suffering? Oh, it's 5%. Worst roll. Wait, what? Is that from this? Bosses within the Atlas can drop exceptional support gems. They have a chance to drop memory stamp. But it's not within the Atlas. Unless this also includes within the Atlas. I don't think it does. Is that... How did that drop? Do Nightmare bosses automatically drop this? I haven't seen anything like this. Alright, we gotta highlight that. Oh, really? They dropped the new... Oh, well, okay. I thought that okay, I thought that was different. I thought that was sourced differently. My bad. That was a crazy boss drop. Overloaded intensity support. Only 5C though. Okay. Interesting. Let's see here. We gotta. Good. Waste no more time. I'm guessing some of those can be very valuable. The one I got was only 5C, apparently.
My mana is gone.
And no huck. No huck! How do they call you in Japan? Uncle Snoo is Snookin. What's that? Just... I mean, I don't really teach kids anymore, but when I did, it was just... Sensei, if they were gonna address me that way. Oh, I think I'm inside the... Oh yeah, we're gonna do the map this time. Oh, the Mirage is not in here. Wait, I got Shroudwalker? I do have Shroudwalker. Well timed, though. Lucky. Cartographer. Scarab to reward drop, so I'm gonna do the map. I saw escalation was worth at least like 2C. And then I know risk is worth a lot more. I don't know about multitude though. Yo, thanks for the gifted subs. Influencing hordes is worth at least like 2 or 3. Nameless Seer. Wait. Coward Trial? So... Thank you for the absolute heater of a guide. Hey, glad you like it. I don't know what multitude is worth these days. Probably not anything. AoE plus Elder Circles. Fun times. No, the wrong 2-stone ring. Alright, I don't want to go run backwards by accident on this map. Apparently Cloister Scarab's not really worth anything now. Second Yoke of Suffering. 7%. Not very good. We're already well ahead of schedule. How'd you got hypothermia? You gotta slam it and with coin of skill, which is like 50 to 100 C apiece, and you gotta have the gems there too. So it's an RNG thing. I hit it 4 times until I hit something good. That is arguably the second best outcome. The best outcome for my build would have been hitting Returning Proj. Second best would either be Mirage Archer or that, depending on like what you're doing. But especially for me and the way I like to play, I don't care that much about Mirage Archer in general, so Hypothermia is pretty big, especially because Hypothermia doesn't actually give any bonus for quality either, so it's like, it's really one of the better options. It's like 20 to 29% more damage. So that's not that big of a gap, you know, between level 1 and level 20. And then, you know, no benefit from the quality. It was already the next best gem for damage anyway. But there were a lot of gems. Like, I could have hit Attic Cold, I could have hit even like Vicious Projectiles, but that would have slowed down the skill. I wouldn't have liked that. The Returning Projectiles, Mirage Archer. What the heck? Oh, I'm in the Mirage. I didn't even realize. Oh, shit. Okay, I gotta focus on this one, because I gotta... Can't F this up. Really? I said that knowing that I was standing in a safe place. And I get the bug death. There's some kind of bug death. I don't know what that is. I might not be able to do the Mirage. Let's see. Hopefully it gives me a Divine Shrine.
What is your desire? Destroy the enemy.
Not much help from the Mirage. I had a hard time killing boss in Mirage before. It's like twice as much health and then just random... It doesn't look like I'm getting hit by anything on there. I have no idea what's hitting me. Very confusing to me. Yeah, it's just something random bullshit. And the Mirage is just slamming me out of thin air. I don't know what it is. It's too bad. Missed a kill and wasted time. Sucks. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, like, we don't even know what everything's doing in there. Oh, I think I got hit by that. Evaded. Hey man, I plan to play new Static Strike as Warden. You think it's tanky enough with max blocks for endgame? Just go boring Slayer. Yeah, I'm afraid to say you're consulting the wrong guy about asking tank-related questions. Warden's all about damage. And, Yeah, basically damage. Freeze tech, you know, ailment tech too.
My mana is gone.
Have some damage on your damage. Dude, how big would the AoE be on this? Stolen Headhunter buffs. Oh, I almost missed that. I know about the barrel. Hey GG, thanks for deleting barrels out of the fortress map. Oh wait. Looks like it's still good. A lot of barrels. I almost feel like there's more barrels now than there used to be. I didn't put portal down. Yeah. So guys, what's come out? What's the news from the group farmers? What's the big stuff? Where's it at? Where's all the loot? Where's the loot? Where's the real loot? God, this ice shot is so much AoE. I almost wonder if I should have got like AoE support for increased AoE. How's the new league going? It's a great league. Everybody's happy. Game feels new again, kind of. Sort of rediscovering that which we know in a slightly new, changed environment. I think it's great when they do these kind of changes. It is a lot of work, but it's nice when you have like a combination of the familiar with the new. This is like the biggest problem with this game is it just gets too familiar. That's why it's really important for them to do some shakeups, even if it's like a net neutral as far as like is it actually better. It's just the novelty of it is enough to warrant it. Feel like this league will probably be like Affliction. I don't know about that. That was such an extreme amount of loot. Calguran Scarab. Messing with. do this map too, by the looks of it. A third yolk already? 9%. That's some money. I still only dropped to 10%. Oh my god, and I'm getting the Kalguran scarabs, the big ones. Look at the reward they got on here already. What? This is gonna be crazy. Another finished a whole map. Outrageous juicer. And I'm lagging. I'm dealing with server lag right now. Whole things.
My mana is gone.
A couple of these Kalguran scarabs is worth like 20 C apiece. I don't remember which one. The one that's really rare, I think. Stopping point. Three yolks in like 15 maps. Holy. Reach Scarab of the Hive is worth a lot right now. Did you only put quality on a shot one and then level up after you hit to acquire a bot? No, that's a good idea though. Actually, I purchased ones off trade that were already level 20 and then I qualityed them. But that's smart actually. This would be so much cheaper with like trying to do this for tornado shot gems. Can't get no full reviews. Oh, there's an error in the Nightbot thing. Oh shit, I just saw that. Fix that. go.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
The massive shrine with this feels so insane. No searing views. I don't know how many yolks I'm gonna get. Nice upgrade. I did get a new bow, but very small upgrade. The big one was actually a hypothermia attached to the eye shot penetration. Late last night, I did buy a perfect fractured fizz bow and decided to pursue better cold damage. All this really did was basically double the flat cold roll that I had compared to before. And well, it gave me the strength and intelligence, which like just saved one passive point. Basically all that did. So saved a passive point, got an extra 100 or an extra 75 to 150 cold, black cold, which is meaningful for sure. But that's even all of that is less than getting hypothermia on here. Although I had to lose a couple of passives because it made my ice shot cost like 75 mana or something. So I had to, you know, I got 117 mana, and I went the more conservative route with reduced mana cost of skills, putting 3 points in here to get that all fixed. Next round. Round 2 out of 5. Ended up being about 45 minutes. I did do a couple map clears though. You don't need hypothermia necessarily. Returning Mirage is actually an even better hit. Mirage Archer is a good hit. Flat Cold, Added Cold is a good hit. I'd probably take any one of those 4. After that, it kind of falls off though. It's pretty expensive to attempt each time. Like a level 1 hypothermia. Or level 1 Eye Shot of Pen, quality to 20, and then if you hit, you level it up. Fourth on, oh my god. Guys, this is the 21st map. And I got another yoke. 8%. Still only hit 10%. 10% is like double value. Oh, that's so crazy. Where are all these yokes coming from? Did they raise the drop rate? I don't think they raised the drop rate. I think I'm just getting lucky. Who, me? Lucky? Your boy? Your boy Lucky? Streamer client? What? Before you know it, I'm going to drop a second yoke in the same map. Imagine you could drop 2 in one map. Wait, oh no, wait, actually, it is possible. It is possible because you can get a Mirage boss and drop a yoke on both bosses. Oh my god, that's the goal. I'm gonna do this farm for the rest of the league straight, just until I drop 2 yokes in one map. Holy, I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, that's pretty exciting, it just occurred to me. Oh man, I was about to throw the portal down. That's alright, that didn't even cause me anything really. This build good for casual players who want to blast? No. I don't think this is. I think this is definitely one of the more advanced builds. This is an advanced bow build because between the aiming and then like the fast tracking to tornado shot and then knowing these kind of builds well enough to not F any of that up, it doesn't matter how much I try to prepare people. Like it's definitely like, it's definitely harder than just like, you know, lightning arrow deadeye or something. I'm trying to work that in. I think it's very high performing, but I think you gotta like, it takes a little more on the skill side of piloting the character. And yeah, the transitions are tighter. Another coward's trial. Alright. Smuggler's caches are baiting me. Oh no, I gotta deal with this now. Crap, it's the wrong map to... asking for death there. We got a Mirage map. Oh. Alright, boss is in the Mirage. Notice? I don't know about this whole Shaper thing. We get a chance to kill the boss a second time when this happens. This is a little bit of added value. This is pretty rare. Probably happened like... Probably about this... The likelihood of this happening is probably about the same drop rate as Yoke of Suffering, actually. Unless you're me, then it's less. So now I gotta go find the Mirage. It's over here. Look how far this extended. Okay, Onslaught and Adrenaline. You're just gonna go for more power here. Even though I have Onslaught and Adrenaline.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
Do get Huck again. That's nice. Busted contracts? What? Dang, dude. Contract. This could be bad. Come on. Ah. Ah. Alright, I'll get him. I got cheated. I got Elder Circles spawning in there like that.
You fight like a big cat.
Extra time consuming, lovely. I don't believe he was doing that maneuver when I left him. Oh, this sucks so bad. I'm gonna get trapped in this cycle of having to come back in here. I can't port straight into the boss room. I gotta port here, then I gotta run all the way over there, and I gotta probably die 2 more times before I stop dealing with this BS. And he's like 3 hits away from death. How do you even buy fortress maps now? Oh, that's easy. You just buy nightmare maps. They're universal now. Okay. Yeah, Mirage is kind of frustrating for this strat, not gonna lie. It's just not, that's not even worth the extra time that took. I'm gonna die. Anyway. Yeah, it's just nightmare map, and you can put this in any tier 7 or any nightmare, like Citadel, Ziggurat, anything. What's the currency to add sport gem? Oh, it depends on the color, but this one's called Coin of Skill. That's guaranteed a random linkable dexterity gem, green gem. There's like 4 possible good outcomes. Probably got like at least like a 20% chance of hitting something good, I imagine. I hit hypothermia on the 4th attempt. I hit mana forge arrows on the 1st attempt, which was weird. That's like doesn't work at all. And then I hit Arrow Nova. Imagine the worst link ever for that skill. Arrow Nova support. It's so bad. Why did I die then? Weird death. Come on, stop it. One yoke of suffering away from the right number. So nuts.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike. Sorry, alive.
My mana is gone.
Abyss Scarab. Is Abyss any good this league, guys? On account of not being able to click properly. One of the Abyss Scarab is? Okay. I lost. Lionized glare. Wait, I forgot. I completely forgot about that bow. Yeah, you guys might want to look into Lionized Glare. I don't know if it feels clunky because of the repeat or not, but it's strong. God, Lionized Glare, it's awful with this build? How is it awful? On paper, it's like triple damage or something, compared to a worse bow, but still. But yeah, that kind of depends on whether or not the repeat is clunky. Oh, okay. So it is kind of clunky then. I mean, it shouldn't be any worse than like Echoing Shrine. It has really fast attack speed. I'll have to pop it after this session to see if it's worth using. A fifth yoke! Yo, we're on like map 26! What is happening? I'm unconscious. 10%, do it. 5% again. Oh, never lucky. Can't even get 10%. Drop this many yokes, can't even get 10%. I always find a way to never be lucky. That's how I attribute my success in this game. gotta make sure you always stay unlucky.
I've got some wealth.
Double, triple, quadruple back. Well, the bow is pretty cheap, so I mean, just buy one. Test it. It would be a good excuse to make a video on it either way. Oh, God. Blech.
What is your
Over here, like. Wow, 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 wow. That got spicy. Why are there mobs up here? Ow. Headhunter yet? Nope. No Headhunter. Inspired learning only. I'm a little bit above my league start projected gear. Roughly 30% more player power. Can't remember if you had attack speed gloves on. I mean, you should. The build calls for attack speed gloves. My man.
Approach, challenger.
I might even use that bow on Tornado Shot, actually. Again, I got to pop it. Even though, because, like, Tornado Shot is more than enough single target, and at the kind of gear place where you're doing the swap, the sketchiest thing about the Tornado Shot is actually the Tornado Shot swap early is actually the clear, which Far Shot would massively help with. And the combination of Point Blank and Far Shot together on this at the same time is a net positive to damage. Fairly big one. I wonder what build I should run into. Like a fun blaster. Very satisfying blaster. I'm not even doing the real damage actually, because I'm not using the right tinctures. I'm using pure increase effect. So I'm actually missing, considering all the scalars that come out on the back end of this, I'm missing quite a bit of damage. So all that I say I had 30% more player power, but that was like as if I have the same tinctures. So I probably have around, I would guess maybe 15 to 20% more damage. There is an upside to not having the increased mana burn rate, though. It becomes a little more consistent. I just failed to roll the right ones forever, and then, you know, the really big ones are expensive on trades, so I'm just gonna hold out until I get, like, either bonus quality tinctures or I'll just buy, like, perfect tinctures off trade, or whatever they are. They're perfectly rolled. Really? Oh, he's so close to being in the Mirage. Maybe he is in the Mirage. I don't even know. I don't feel like it's worth checking, though. I don't think he is, because I had this happen once before and it wasn't in it. Boss rushing for fragments? Yeah, basically, but I mean, there is a lot of loot available on the way. One of the low-key big players here is the heist mechanic. Between the borrowed power that it gives and the extra blueprints that can be fully revealed. Combined with the almost complete lack of added time needed to do it. Lagging again. Some of these maps are a little laggy. It is cutting in. Wow, imagine if I was juicing, it'd be terrible. What do I look at when I hover over high stuff? Just a blueprint drop. I don't look at the contracts anymore.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike turned to ash.
They ended up basically never being worth anything. This league. It's a good time to swap over to Warden. How do you do it? Well, actually pretty expensive this league on the swap for gold if you don't have the regrets. If you have the regrets, it's fine. During the 3rd or 4th lab, preferably, you go in there with enough regret. Oh, divine orb. You go in there with enough regret orbs. You have to have 20 regret orbs stacked up, or 20 passive respec points to do it without having to like turn off part of your ascendancy to make this swap. So I do it on the 3rd ascendancy, but you can do it on the 4th if you want. Or sometime shortly after the 3rd or 4th ascendancy. It's fine. Because you can always go back in. Like, if you mess that up, you can go back in with an unascended. Like a Deadeye with no ascendancy points allocated. Like, have Faustus pay the gold fee or whatever and get your points back. And then you go in basically with no ascendancy points to a regular lab, like a normal lab, and then it'll let you switch when you interface with the ascendancy trial thingy. It only lets you switch ascendancies if you have no ascendancy points allocated to whatever ascendancy you currently have. Think off screen. Dragonheart, let's go. Pretty good. Oh, almost got me. Oh my god, dude! I had to say that. The overlap with the synth boss did so much damage there. What? Oh wait, I'm wrong. Okay, I thought that was it. I was actually targeting the synth boss. Yeah, that seemed like a stupid amount of power. Dragonheart is like 90C. Let's go. Another divine orb. We'll do the overlay for you guys. With a lot of Headhunter buffs, you'll be able to feel comfy and breach Deli beyond. Oh yeah, but you would go Tornado Shot, not Ice Shot. Once you're talking that gear threshold, you go Tornado Shot. You get way too much value out of Headhunter's additional projectiles not to do that. Falling Strike, it's meh. Yeah, it's meh. I mean, we already have Cull. We already have Cull right here. So you would have Global Cull, but it's not... Or not Global, actually, but just to that skill. It's pretty meh. Wait, Culling Strike actually gives a... It does give a percent increase projectile damage or something like that, or not percent increase damage, I think. It's better to swap to Tornado Shot before or after Headhunter. It's best to swap to Tornado Shot by Headhunter. That would be the last checkpoint you would wait. It depends on, it's your choice in the gear checkpoints. The earliest is basically Spine Hail with the better conversion gloves. The next checkpoint would be like Dying Sun. The next checkpoint would be like maybe Watcher's Eye conversion mod. The big ones are for projectiles. Oh yeah, the bow. It's mainly about additional projectiles. So first is Spine Hail, then it's Dying Sun, then it's a better bow with 2 additional projectiles, then it's Headhunter, basically. If you want to like incrementally increase your gear that way in terms of investment. You're only missing 20 divines? Well, there you go. Well, how much is Headhunter right now? I mean, this is so comfy, this farm. I could just go straight there with it, and also not even bother with the Spine Hail upgrade. I might, I don't know. If this is actually making upwards of 20 div an hour, when I get done here, I'll just rush it. Because then I only need to play for like 6 hours or something, and I'll have it. As well. I was never planning to do the swap at Spine Hail alone. I know that it's just a little too weak on clear. Like that setup will not clear anything like this one will. Unless you're doing like just Alk and Go 16s, it will not clear as well as Ice Shot. Like Alk, pure Alk and Go, no mod, basically like white map, no mods, T16 wide open maps. It's the only scenario that Tornado Shot build at that threshold would clear better than this build. If you're in any kind of closed-in space, if you're doing any sort of modifiers where your damage actually matters, it's not going to do as good a clear as this. And it's only going to be marginally better single target at that threshold. I think if I swapped now and I went to that tornado shot setup, first of all, I'd have to get another support link to the gem, the equivalent of hypothermia, assuming I did. It would probably only be at most like 30% more single target.
Approach, challenger.
I talked about this in the build overview, but eye shot of penetration is massively underrated with how wide of an area its clear is. So this means a few things. It means like when you hit a pack of monsters, like before you even factor in the whole split thing, when you hit a pack of monsters, because it's way wider, every single arrow that hits through its pierce, it's baked in pierce, is going to, like, more monsters are going to get hit. Way more monsters.
I have a hunch I'll be needing this.
It's just far reaching. Hearing moves. Also, something like Legion. Like, Elemental Hit of the Spectrum is a little bit bad at Legion because its AoE is too shallow. And so, that's why, for example, Lightning Arrow feels better than Elemental Hit of the Spectrum on Legion, in particular. Because its AoE actually reaches, you know, the monsters. Because they line up, but they're not, like, tightly packed, you know? Oh man, this is not good. I think Ice Shot of Penetration, in terms of clear, is basically the best of both worlds. It's got the freeze capacity that Elemental Hit of the Spectrum does, even better. But then it has the AoE reach that Lightning Arrow has, but even better. Because it doesn't just hit 5 mobs, it hits every mob. This is a really dangerous map. I need to just rush the boss. Okay. Such horrible mob types here. Wow. We got the poison queens, we got the bubbled mobs, we got the cracked spiders. Goodness. And then we got searing runes. And holy... Nice. Oh my god, I can't loot for a second. Oh shit, I have to backtrack. No, that's... Why do I have no... Wait, what? Oh, it's a cooldown map. I'm like, where the fuck is my flame dash? Oh, damn. Yeah, this is... Well, I got no portals. Ugh. Go figure the boss was like super easy though. They dropped the 6th yoke. Deserved. Deserved. This is gonna be 10%. No, it's 6. What the heck? I'm getting so screwed on the percentages. So screwed. What is this? What is this? Guys, is the Yoke of Suffering, was it drop rate buffed? 0 POB of Ice Shot but no tinctures? Nope. It's not. If that's your question, I would recommend going Tinctures with Elemental Hit the Spectrum before thinking of like playing Ice Shot with no Tinctures. You need to run Ice Shot. You need to run Tinctures with Ice Shot or Tornado Shot because that is the only way you make the skill not feel clunky. It's the extreme amount of attack speed that you get from Tinctures that allow the 75% base attack speed gem, which is Tornado Shot or this gem, to actually still feel fast. I mean, some people are still complaining a little bit about it feeling slow. This is my basic attack speed without Tinctures, and now this is my attack speed with Tinctures, and I mean, you feel the difference, like a major difference. Tincture ends up being like 100% increased attack speed after all the scaling is factored in. Which ends up being compared to like no tinctures on and off. When tinctures are on, it's like 80% more attack speed, effectively, with how the build is set up. 80% more. Stone Ring, that can be good, right? Isn't that a good version of that? Also, the single target is a lot higher because you notice because Ice Shot has such reach on its AoE. I don't have to actually stand in point blank to get the tornado to overlap. You guys notice that too? That's actually a big hidden damage multiplier. The fact that I can stand further away from the boss and still get that tornado AoE overlap because that's how far reaching it is. And with shrines it's even crazier because when you get the massive shrine buff, then it's like you can stand. You can still stand like 40 meters away, and you're effectively point blanking the boss at 40 meters away at that point. Headhunter will be for tonight. Enjoy your yolk. Enjoy your yolk. Yeah, I'll get Headhunter today, I think. I'll just rush it. I think I'll rush it because if I get Headhunter today, that'll be the fastest I ever got Headhunter. My current, like, best Headhunter time is 5 days. 5 days played. This would be 3 days played. Or under 3 days played. Potentially. You guys see that? I'm standing over here and it's still reaching him. You can actually see the Ice Shot explosions going off really far away, but they're still clipping him because it's just that far reaching. Hiri's Ire. This build doesn't use Hiri's Ire. I mean, at least I don't recommend Hiri's Ire for this build. I looked at it and was kind of going to, but I went against it. Especially because it's like, I bet that body armor is really expensive this league. I know Gun has it as part of his core gear set. Which, I mean, it makes more sense to use it for Deadeye. They really need the damage that it has. Triple synth frag, that's the best fragment drops I could get. 40 maps done, 6 yolks. I already got more yolks than I should have in 100 maps, unless they up the drop rate and I'm not aware. Which could be. God, what in the world is the density on this, man? Flask things, tinctures are not automated now. Flasks are. They've, you know, used on charges full. I use the tinctures when I want. Turn them off when I want. I believe I'd survive that explosion. It was rough though. I got pretty hard by reduced flask charges gained there. I had to run slow for a lot of that. Man. Scry map with a map swap reward, just the divination cards. We'll swap over to whichever one you scry it to. Wow, I should have died there. Especially with bubbles. The trap. The traps modifier is a little annoying. Lab traps on the map. Yeah, eye level 78 is fine. I recommend 75 plus to roll the fizz bow. So it's pre 6 link 75 plus. Either you start with like a 75 plus fractured unlinked bow if you want like better rolls, but you're gonna pay more for the. You're going for something a little better, which is kind of what I did here. Or you go eye level 75 plus pre 6 link bow, and you're gonna settle for a little bit worse rolls and not spend much more than a couple divines crafting that, preferably. If your budget is like, I don't know, let's just say under 5 divines for the bow, like well under 5 divines, and you go, containment scarab, and you're gonna go the pre 6 link not fractured route. If your budget is like 5 to 10 divines, you go fractured route on 6 link. Depends on how much you wanna invest in it. Later on, tornado shot bow, fractured plus 2 arrow bow. That's like 10 to 20 baseline, and then it costs. It's like a 20 to. If you go for pure attack speed on that, it's 20 to 40. Yes. Oh God, I accidentally overlaid. Screw my overlap. Okay. Whoops. Let's try that again. Alter buffs do not... No, they do not persist. You get new ones, though. Like, you get a whole new round of Eldritch Altar rewards. And the map tries to cram in, like, all of those Eldritch minions in one tiny little space. It's actually pretty spectacular. Essentially, it's like being able to do 2 maps in one for Eldritch packs, except it's all crammed in, so like the second round is like super fast. How much total DPS? 2 div budget, 500 physical DPS, no elemental DPS. At the very least, that's going to be like the flat fizz essence, deafening flat fizz essence with a pure attack speed roll, and then benchcraft percent fizz, so like a 3 modded bow after the benchcraft. That would be like bare minimum. Oh, we got instilling orbs. Are instilling orbs still worth a lot? On this map if they are. We started RPGs late. How long does it take you to use the mouse with WASD? You mean like you like WASD, right? Kiri's ire just dropped. What? That's not many rampage stacks for magic finding. Wow. The only reason I'm still running this map is because I got instilling orb rewards, and they're worth like a lot right now. Oh my goodness. crack, dude. I bet that's worth a lot.
My mana is gone.
Now the game won't give me any. There. Level 1 cold pen. Ooh, cold pen.
You've had a
Actually, that's kind of a problem because it screws up Trinity. I wouldn't run cold pen. It messes up Trinity too much. I would otherwise, but afraid that's a problem. Dude, this is gonna have a surprisingly high amount of call it highlights. Yeah, surprisingly high amount of highlights. I'm dropping a lot of stuff.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
I don't think it's that much of an outlier too. I mean, even though it's not pure T17 mods, there is more raw loot dropping, so I think it kind of makes sense that you get more raw loot. Maybe we used to. I got no borrowed power on this one. Oh yeah, dude. Fast. And I'm not breaking my hands over clicking a bunch of crap either. Well, you know, I haven't found my smuggler's cache yet anyway. White monster? Oh, hey man. You saw me flame dash straight into it, right? What'd you get? Flame dashing in. Holy, I stole Soul Eater. Flask drain. I took a stupid Eldritch mod. Chaos drain on flask used. I was like, why is my life draining as if I'm using a tincture when I'm not? Ah, Gigi, I'm gonna die. Flasks last too long. Ended up getting the trinket to give me more rogue markers? Nope. I didn't even know about that. I guess I can wear a trinket. Wait, I can't wear a trinket. Why am I not able to wear a trinket? I did a couple heists. Or a couple contracts. What percent more rogue markers do you get? Moving flask from inventory work. You're so smart. I'm not that smart. I thought the trinket goes right here. It better not be like D2 charm style. 10%? 10% is not really worth it. I would do it if I was also getting incubators. I'm not doing either of those things. Oh, you get slot when you put the trinket in your inventory? Alright, I should buy it then. Fuck, stunned him. Seventh yoke. Let's go. 5%! I've got 3 5%, 0 10%. Starting to lose it a little bit. Starting to lose it a little. Gotta stop doing that. I'm afraid to even ID anymore. I'm just gonna start selling them unidentified. Actually, what are they unidentified, I wonder? I'm gonna lag on a Searing Exarch floor room. That's lovely. Lovely. This lag, dude. What? I have no mana every single time I tried to. It's so weird. I'm smashing my keyboard in Flame Dash. It only costs 10 mana. Oh, Snow, I was wondering at your level, can you buy the Nova Arc Precision Gem? Nova Arc Precision Gem. The drop vendor.
I've got some wealth for you.
I don't know what that is. Is that one of the new gems?
What have you got? Business.
I took a glance at them, didn't see anything particularly eye-catching. I kind of only glanced, but I didn't see anything looking like it was going to be worth replacing another support.
My mana is gone.
What is it? What does that one do? Just tell me what it does. Am I boss rushing or am I Exarch altar farming? What? $1.8K live. That's probably about right if you have like all unique gear. Checks out. It checks out. We just ground loot testing. You seem to be going for rogue markers. Rogue markers, what? Alright, I just want to see if it's clipped inside. Come on. I just want to see if he's clipped inside the Mirage before I exit this. I'm gonna feel dumb if it's not.
What is your desire?
My mana is gone.
Is there a way to like exit the Mirage without running back?
You live to fight a
F7. I don't use F keys though. I use a new key. Or wait, is that just is that the same as the interface for League Mechanics, like the general League Mechanic interface? Okay. He might be in this one. Looks like he is. In the world. Just clicked so many times there. Starting to wish that Mirage didn't affect the boss thing. Where is the Mirage? Oh my god, dude. It's so far away. The map's so hard now that I got to the boss and killed him.
What is your desire? Your heart's desire.
Yeah. Okay.
My mana is gone.
Mirage randomly hitting hurts. Oh yeah, I forgot to check that. Hold on, let me see this. Wait, that's not the interface. That's a new number. It actually says F7 there. Like, it's not the default thing. I have that hotkey differently, so... That's crap. Luna Sins, thank you for the sub. What build are you playing? Oh, you can physically click on it? Yeah, okay. I guess that's probably what I'll do then. Worst map for lag today. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Oh my lord, this is actually horrible. They already dead. Ugh. Overloaded intensity support. I just got that one. Not worth anything. He doesn't only drop that one, right? Any Titanic scarabs worth anything? So this map isn't lagging like the other one did. Two. You have any advice to get more chaos res? I got a flat roll here, and implicit here, and I could have had more on the boots. So if you go fractured, boots, and gloves, you can get more. Starting with the essence slam. Well, no, you can't do that on boots actually, and you can't do that on gloves either if you're going for attack speed gloves. You could sacrifice attack speed on the gloves for chaos res on the boots as a 1-for-1 via essence. Fill my chest with void element essence and hit a good result, but avoid elements only at 23%. You mean boots? Body armor doesn't roll that unless you're using a veiled chaos orb. Is there an essence to roll avoid elemental elements in the body armor? Because if so, you used the wrong essence. Deafening essence for boots is a 31 to 35 roll range. You just need to hit 32 plus, and that way you can run Grand Eakers for 23% on the boots. That's like exactly what I have done on mine. The boss drops 4 ambush scarabs.
My mana is gone.
All in there that second. No containment?
Fiend and fortune hunter alike turned to ash.
Priata's obviously lagging behind. I'm struggling to justify coming away from altars and shrines and Mirage. Just so satisfying to kill everything at once. Oh yeah. In this build you choose. Got choices. Oh, I'm gonna die. Nope. No. What in the what? Single mob is apparitions. Oh, he's in the Mirage. Be tough with that synth boss if it spawns the same one. Terrible map to get Mirage in. AoE Elder Circles.
Make your wish.
Uh,
Let's see how that turns out.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
nice. Herald of Automation MTX? What does that do? Oh, I should check MTXs, actually. Yeah, they could be really sick MTX. Is there Ice Shot MTX? I can't remember. I mean, I have a hard time believing that Ice Shot MTX would be better than this. I mean, how do you go up from here? I haven't got a yoke of suffering in a while. Haven't had a highlight-worthy moment in a while.
Fiend and Fortune Hunter alike.
Question by Min. Yeah, the scarabs do apply to the Mirage zone as well. It's like spawning a brand new instant with the same scarab and Atlas setup that you had. See you later. All right. Thanks for trying to build. Thanks for asking the questions. Random death. Miyagi. Which level have I changed from Deadeye to Warden? Level, well, 3rd lab or 4th lab. Somewhere between 3rd and 4th lab. I mean, you could wait after the 4th lab if you really want. $60 out of 100 completed.
Pruning a branch to save a tree.
Yeah, tier 17's removed. This is a tier 16 fortress map. The map didn't get removed, just it got changed, that's all. No, it's a specialized map. It's called Nightmare Maps. I mean, there's actually very little difference between, you know, the old fortress and the new. It's easier because it's one tier lower, so everything has less HP and less damage because it's one area level lower. And then the map mods can actually run a mix of tier 16 and tier 17 or originator map modifiers, so it's a lot easier than 2. Of course, on the flip side, it's way less rewarding because you can't juice it up as hard. It also doesn't come with any of the new tech, really. It comes with Mirage, but not with like the Astrolobes and things like that, where you're boosting things up even more with the Atlas. Best in a better bow is, yeah, you can get a better bow. You smarter. If it's like, you know, meaningfully better. I've got that invitation.
You've done well. What is your desire?
Additional unique jewel. Well, I think that sounds good. That sounds good to me. Unique jewel. Unique jewel. Oh, he didn't spawn. Oh. What the unique jewel could be. Out of here. Damn, I don't know where they're at. Oh, they're right. Which vein? Which vein, though? The new harvest elemental damage swap crafts are godlike. Wait, what? Nuh-uh. What the hell? I didn't even know about this. Oh my god, dude. I had a great bow for that then, but it was tier 2 lightning. I didn't even know. Was that known going into the league? I just didn't even see it. Yo, dude, I wasted like 10 div then. Why not doing that? Yeah, apparently you can. You can do that. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, I actually had... No, get this. I had an open suffix. I could have cleaned the suffixes. I had the Deafening Essence Flat Fizz mod. I hit Tyrannical. And another yoke. And then I had tier 2 Flat Lightning. 6%! No! This is a meme at this point, guys. It's a meme. Yeah, but here, let me just, since this is gonna be a highlight, do you guys know you can change the rolls? I didn't know this. And when I crafted a bow before this is like a bunch of currency later. I hit Tyrannical plus the Flat Fizz Essence and tier 2 Lightning, and I didn't know I could have changed it right here with whatever this new currency is. Now, maybe that's a crazy costing currency, I don't know, but this would have made it from a tier 2 Lightning to tier 2 Cold. Could just bench crafted attack speed, and that would have been... That might have been better than this bow, actually, because it had Tyrannical on it. Damn. Showed in Discord to fix the bow. Should have showed it to my face. Dude, that's how you're profit crafting bows, huh? I saw you say something about profit crafting bows. But I didn't really think anything of it. Yeah, I really do wish you would have pinged me. What? Back-to-back yokes? What in the world? 9th yoke, dude. We're not even 60 maps deep. This thing increased. No, 5%. Oh, it's the 4th 5%. What? No. Look, God, dude. All right, look at that. Look, let's just have a look. 5%. 1. 2. Oh, 3. Okay, 3. 3 5%. Let's see how many 10% I got. No. 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 I can't get 10%. Yo, that's crazy. 9 yokes in here. I didn't even update the overlay yet. That came in so fast. Yo, I think they upped the drop rate, guys. I think we got a heightened drop rate going on here. What do you guys think? Yoke drop rate buffed? What? Three yokes in a row? Do it. Do it. 3 yokes in a row, do it. Oh, what? What is that? Why does this keep going? Dude, another one! 10th yoke! Oh, dude, please be 10%. Please, I can't take this anymore. We finally get to on the 10th one! Ah, pretty bad res, but oh my god. No, dude. 10 yokes! 3 yokes in a row! What is happening? Let's go for number 4. I'm gonna do it for number 4. Number 4, guys. You're cheating. I swear I'm not. That's a lot of bubbles. That's a lot of bubbles. We're gonna bubble on up out of there. Why Fortress only for Yoke? No, mainly because it's an easy boss to kill. On any build that's, you know, like, you don't have to take any damage. You don't have to deal with any invulnerable phases. So if you got like high damage, And you can halfway avoid mechanics decently then. It's gonna have to be a short video. Video will be a short. I think they changed the drop rate of this thing, man. Alright, we're going for a 4th Yoke of Suffering in a row. Surely. Here it comes. Number 4. Number 4, get ready. Get ready. Oh, alright. Alright, sorry. I couldn't do 4 in a row. The gravy train has stopped. Okay. 10 yokes and 100 maps? Or 10 yokes and like 70 maps. Looks like it's a 15% drop. Crazy. Alright. I gotta let my karma simmer down a little bit now. We just run a few maps, get a few fragments, and
fortune hunter alike.
see if that gravy train comes back once more. Eh? That somehow clipped me? Oh, come on. How about you actually target me and not random area on the floor? Imagine if yokes were like 8 divines right now. Will it be comfortable to run invitations? Depending on your gear quality, but like I remember Minotaur was not easy because you like with this build you don't want to get hit at all. Like that's kind of the point of the build. You never get hit. So if you're doing something where, especially those like invulnerable phases where the boss can still do damage to you while they can't be damaged, those are really bad encounters for this build. I'm thinking particularly like Minotaur. I never imagined I'd get 10 yolks. Three frags. I wonder how much damage Hydrosphere increases. It keeps respawning. You can bypass the pulse rate frequency thing, I think. Or the 1 second internal cooldown, I mean. Let me see how often. I got it on the bottom bar here. Let me see how often this procs. That might actually be giving me way more damage. Does anybody know? If this is constantly spinning, does that, like, actually giving me, like, tornado-ish damage at the same time? Very like, it takes, like, pretty high-level mechanics understanding to know the answer to that question, but well, somebody might know. One full reveal here. What can you farm if Peacock 2 div? Oh, I would just recommend shrine juicing. Anything can farm that. Check out my video on YouTube yesterday. Cause you get like all the borrowed power in the world. I gave the boss consecrated ground, but only if he lands a hit on me. Or wait, no, if he lands a hit on Huck too, I think that's gonna... Oh, this might screw me over. I'm gonna have to respec the Mark Master. He's healing. But Huck was down for a while, so... Pulse just supplies ailments. Right, I know, but like, I'm actually talking about something else. I misspoke a second ago. I'm talking about how... It's... Oops, sorry, it's over here. Can only be hit once every 1 second. So if that's like a dynamic tick rate on the server, then that's true 1 second. But if it's like, if it resets every time it spawns, because if you cast on crit constantly proccing this, that would theoretically reset the internal cooldown on this. To where it's not really, it takes 1 hit every second, it's more like it takes 1 hit every 0.2 seconds or 0.3 seconds. Which is actually a lot of extra DPS. It wouldn't be as good as Tornado, but... it would get closer in a line with it. That's the idea. Okay. Give me my loot. Just like that. Second 10%. 8. 11th yoke. It's hard to control your character when you have acceleration shrine. Alright, I'm starting to think maybe it's true that the drop rate's been increased. Starting to think there might be something to that. It's just something to me. We call it the Messiah energy.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Ray Ronnie says, I swapped to Ice Shot. I feel like I'm more squishy. If you swap to Ice Shot and crit at the same time, make sure you didn't forget precise technique. You shouldn't feel more squishy. Though that's... I mean, I don't know what other gear you would have changed. Oh, another Divine one. I must be getting lucky on Divines too, because I'm actually getting more Divines than, Exalts, and I know Exalts are more common now. How did I not die there? It's point blank like 7 barrels. Hit level 96, but already feel like swapping to something more explodey. You coming in here asking about this build, see if it's explodey enough for you, or you're swapping from this build to something else? Does blind work on 100% convert? Yeah. It's blind on attack, not blind on physical damage. Actually, I may be dropping a lot of Exalts and just not paying attention to it. Yeah, the Element of Spectrum build is good. It's not anywhere near as much AoE as this, though. In fact, that's one of the weaknesses of it. It's clear as a little sketchy. This is quadruple the radius of AoE, or double the radius, quadruple the area coverage. And it's a little tricky though, because it's like split projectiles only fire one prog, so you have to kind of aim with it. But man, if you hit the target, like it's just everything in the screen just blows up. Spectacular explosion of ice, like as you can see. And then when you get like Massive Shrine or Headhunter buffs, the size is like ridiculous. Although I'm not going to run this build with Headhunter, I'm going to switch to Tornado Shot at that point, or before that point. But yeah, I gotta say the Massive Shrine stuff is pretty funny. Any thoughts on the new shrine belt? Yeah, it's something I'll look into eventually. I'm not thinking about it right this second, but Warden Tinctures, shrine belt for sure. A lot of synergies there.
You've had a sailing sail.
Yeah, you need to go. Rare Ronnie, just go look at my video. My YouTube video talks about tornado shot swap, the bare minimum you need. Like it's right there. That's why I made the video. It's like 4 videos ago. Oh, I'm blind. You get a lot of synth maps. These are actually worth a little bit. Like, these are each worth, I think, over 10 C apiece. Why not using Headhunter? I haven't farmed it yet. We did like 100 div or something. Gotta have the currency.
Sold something while you were gone.
Last 20 maps coming up.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
Just for clicking. Intuitively, I knew to put that portal down, though. How does Huck get through there with no problem? Grasping. Oh, is this one big money? Grasping Astrolabe? Uh-oh. This might be big money.
We've made.
Hey, 90C. We're gonna have to add in a few extra things that we weren't taking into account. I didn't realize, you know, the boss is dropping so many, like, shaper influenced synth maps and then these special currencies now. That's gonna have to be accounted for. That actually pretty dramatically raises the currency per hour. We factor all that in. Can I bog Scarab slot? I don't know what you mean by bog. Bog is the name of a map. Fan of you. I'm following your build guide and Elemental Hill Spectrum is so expensive right now, I can't afford it. Yeah, I got meta cucked. You can continue running. What I'd probably do is I'd keep running Rain of Arrows until which point you have at least 2 additional projectiles. Then I would just go Lightning Arrow instead of Elemental Hill Spectrum. But the problem is with that is you're going to have to... You can't get away with running Quill Rain, really, in that setting. Because you won't have enough flat damage. So you have to constantly keep upgrading your bow, which is annoying. But lightning arrow leveling is still really good if you can manage to keep your bow fairly well intact with damage. So that's my recommendation. First lab, you got Element of the Spectrum. Alright. Mods, we gotta do something about this guy. There's not that much overlap between Ice Shot and Elemental His Spectrum. Aside from the initial leveling section. Another synth map.
We've made a trade.
no, I've been marked. Poacher's mark. Oh no. Another synth map and a shaper map. Dude, I'm telling you what. Maybe, actually, maybe I'm stupid and I should be going influence maps. Is there a way to make influence maps drop more now? Oh yeah. Oh man, I should have done this. I don't know if this... I think this does count for something, right? So I've wasted points, but... These do matter for this, don't they? That's not really that crazy.
We've made a
Wait, maps influenced by the shaper. Actually, these maps, a lot of these maps are influenced by the shaper. Ooh. Maybe reconsider some of my stuff. I don't know. The scarab setup's okay, though. I'll just leave it now. It's way too late to change. Maybe I'll make a side comment about it. Why Nico nodes? Packed with energy, gives you like a lot of borrowed power, damage, movement speed, max res. And these maps last pretty short time, so I typically walk into the boss room with 1, 2, or even 3 of those on me. It just makes it easier to clear. There's not much else to do with the Atlas, because we're just rushing a boss that's off of the Atlas otherwise. Hiri's Ire? No, I don't recommend Hiri's Ire. You need the rare body armor if you ever want to drop Purity of Elements and go. You get to suppress that way. I mean, it's a fine body armor, but I thought it was just better to go for a rare with, because you have to have that elemental ailment avoidant benchcraft to get immune to elemental ailments without purity if you want to run haste.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
This map is influenced by Shaper. Tincture draining my life that fast? Yeah, that on this map it's all tincture, I think. If I let it go on for long, at first it doesn't drain the life very much. Like it's on right now, it's not gonna drain my life really at all.
Cast yourself into oblivion.
Shaper, come on, buddy. I have to get like 40, 50, 60 debuffs for it to really start draining in hard. Yeah, and if you're just hitting something, it's fine then anyway. That's You would always want to you would always want to put local attack speed on your bow, no matter what. I don't care how bad the suffixes are. The gem attack's too slow not to do that. It would feel bad. Like, I contemplated having the bow be a thicket bow instead of a spine for that reason. As in, like, the official guide bow. Build looks good? Thanks, dude. It's a power. It's a... I make no apologies for the lack of defense. It's a very powerful bow build that can actually do good single target. Or clear. Kind of get weirded out by how often this thing drops Guardian maps. Influence maps. Thought I turned my tincture off, but I guess not. I'm all the way down to 0 life. On a desecrated map. Out of flame dash charges. So with contempt, we have to hit T1 cold and percent fizz no matter what. No, I bench grabbed percent fizz. I only went for like, I mean, tier 2 or tier 3 flag hold is fine. Chasing these smugglers' caches on this map. Oh, it's a Searing Rune Desecrated map pairing. That's yeah. I think I cheated the game on that. I think the flame dash is perfectly timed with the laser beam. Somehow, like, I flamed into it but didn't get hit by it. Which scarabs do I use on this strat? 0. You can see right there. No fragments. 25C per map. A few chaos orbs to roll it. They're easier than ever to roll. for that matter. I can already tell it's gonna be the fastest I ever get Headhunter. I'm gonna get it in like less than 6 hours of gaming time. Oh. Operative box farm. I don't know much about it, but I think I know what it is based on what I saw a couple times in a Mirage mechanic.
I've got some wealth for you.
Really hope it can detect those maps. Actually, it'll be easier to track than usual because if you just see a shaper map and know what that's worth, I can check manually, I guess. Map mods. I got a regex there for my build. I mean, it depends on your build, of course. For mine, the big no-nos are monsters have reduced crit damage taken, have a chance to avoid elemental ailments, or cannot be leached from. Everything else is kind of like, I mean, like, for example, do you want to remove monsters from having % more life? As a yes, you want to, you know, like I like removing those mods too, just because I don't want him to deal with it. Does Fubgun have Headhunter? Yeah, he had it in the first day. I think it's normal for him now. You ever go mage play? I did last league on my last character, but not with this. Definitely not for some like cold convert build. Still in chaos, high roll. Worth it or not. Now it is. Monster's base action speed can be modified. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one is bad too. Good fall. The Hydrosphere is nice. Yeah, the big thing I couldn't run it is because it needed Trinity up, but with Huck by my side, with the Anger Aura, the big flat fire roll on the Quiver, Implicit, Corruption, especially between both of those things, it's even with the reduction of cold resistance values, Trinity has a real shot at triggering. Always. Alright, one of the rare full ran maps. Got a little 18, yeah, 23 Chaos, 18 Instilling Orbs. Probably worth it. I remind myself what it's like to click a whole bunch of things in a map. It is.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike.
Now that my character is even a little bit stronger than it was on the showcase, it's absolutely ridiculous how this thing clears in this map. It's starting to rival like near tier tornado shot levels of clear in this setting of Fortress map. So it's like, you know, just how comfortable it feels. Hope I get one more yolk before the end. Just one. Not asking for much. 11 is not a very round number. We need like, you know, 12. 12 is a good number. You guys agree? Yeah, I was going to, but I really love this skill's clear in the fortress map. It's so insane. I think I'm just gonna ride it out, and I'm making more currency than I thought I was going to be with this farm. So I think I'm just gonna ride it all the way. Also, that means I don't have to like upgrade. I don't have to get intermediate upgrades like Spine Hail and stuff like that. Tornado shot at this gear threshold is not going to just part the seas like this is at this speed. It's not going to do it. Best case scenario, I add in blast freeze at the same time, and instead of killing the monsters, I just freeze them all and run past them. Wow, that's going to be a lot of loot I'm missing. Now, it would kill the boss faster, but only like 20 to 30% faster. It wouldn't be that extreme. I don't think it would make up for that. Now, again, at later thresholds, especially with Headhunter on, or... You know, it would be a little different if I had Spine Hail plus Dying Suns, if I wanted to, you know, do the intermediary. Sure, but I kind of like the idea of getting Headhunter sooner than I ever have before. This is kind of the lowest budget bow build I will have ever... held out for Headhunter on. Usually I invest like, you know, 30 to 40 divine orbs into a build before I actually make a push for Headhunter. Unlocking the fortress map, you gotta either do Cortex or you gotta do regular Elder. It's on the top right quadrant of the atlas. You know, beyond all the regular maps. It's up here. You start here, you got a path to it.
My mana is gone.
Puck distracts him too, that's so crazy. 2 influence maps in the world? He drops one like every time almost. Jeez, look at the influence maps you get. Timing. Type regex for nightmare maps? Yeah, you can type exclamation regex. It doesn't include things like making the monsters not have extra EHP mods, but it's the basics. The really bad stuff. Just want more reveals. 2 maps left. Not much more than 3 hours of a farm. Whoa, it spiked up even more. 120 div now. Raised a lot in the last 6 hours or so. Chaos Orbs went from 100 to 150, and then Divines. Headhunter went from like 90 to 120. Damn near double the cost. Messed up my tincture timing on the very last map. Dude, come on. Not in his hitbox. Not very good for the last map. That was the last map, right? Or is there one more? Yep, that's it.
Check in with me when you have a
We did it.
The Mary Lee.
Stole my previous bow, nice. Current version? Easily? Yeah. I think so. The only thing I'm using that's like expensive is the bow. Like 580 plus a tier 2 cold roll. Tier 0 cold, or actually that one's crafted with deafening essence of hatred. This thing says I have 75 divines in here. Oh my god, dude, I almost farmed. If the Headhunter hadn't moved, I would have farmed one Headhunter in 3 hours almost. Yo, that's crazy. That's not even counting. Okay, Shaper Guardian maps. Shaper Guardian. We see. That's not including a lot of things. The Yoke of Suffering is wrongly big too. Average. Guys, I think I might have just grossed 100 dib there. Three hours and 15 minutes. We'll look at the numbers in a minute. I'm going to take a bathroom break first. Hang on.
happened? Oh. Oh. Business. All in order. I'll let you know. Ah. Oh. This is... Ah.
Sorry, 11 yolks and 100 maps. One every 9 maps. Yeah, sorry. None of these got counted as anything.
Godslayer.
Oh, right. You just need to do that. I knew that. All 5 C apiece. Trix is 10. What are influence originator maps with? Gotta be good, right? Four. Older maps. 5C each. They're not gonna add that much, I guess.
Ahoy there!
Kill enemies as though is an important line. I don't actually, for this budget threshold I'm at, I got enough power, it doesn't really matter at this point. But early on it matters. Especially like when leveling. They're worth 7.
The Mary.
This is straight up divine. Oh, these maps too. Cowboy's Trial. Astrolabe. Forgot about those. Looks like the app's actually a little more accurate than I expected. It's just not counting a few things.
Business.
It's not gonna count it. I mean, they're almost the right value. It's overvaluing the synth fragment about the same amount that it's overvaluing or undervaluing the decaying fragment.
The Mary
Fine.
Lane is ready to go. The man,
I really want to sell them under
Mary
what I have to. I can sit on it for a minute. Okay. Is that rogue markers? Yes. 108,000. It's really smooth so far. I'm in T12, T13 maps. It's been good. Dally Max, hey, glad to hear it. Ploppo says I haven't got enough unreserved mana. Expecting all the reservation nodes. You got any advice for me? How much mana do you have? You might have Herald of Ice linked to something by accident. One thing I did is I actually switched over to reduce mana cost skills here and add 3 points here. The big reason is because it's costing a lot with the extra level 1 hypothermia support, but that's a nice way to get around. And I have over 110 mana with that set up. $68's a bit low, yeah. You get a mana roll on one of your rares can help. Yeah, just put 3 points in here and make this reduce mana cost. You're gonna lose a couple passive points, but that'll fix a lot of the problems for sure. Hoggers, thanks for the sub. I think it's counting everything else. It might be missing something that I don't know, but I gotta check the astrolabes. Alright, influence maps. These are like 5 each. These are 5 each plus 2. Let's say 10 plus 10 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Plus, ooh, Coward's Trial is 20 plus 20 plus Twilight Temple. Nah, those 3 aren't really worth much. Lightless Astrolabe. The Astrolabe or Astrolabe? Gotta see what these are worth, and we'll be done. 12. 30. It's 42 plus 16 is 50. Or plus 32. Was it? 12 plus... It's 42 plus 32, that's 74, plus 174. Almost there.
Ah,
174. View for map. Hmm? 74. Like 11 times. All right. Okay, calculations are done. Liquidation where it needed to be. Basically, all I really needed to do was track the new items that aren't seen in the Wealthy Exile application, as well as, apparently in this case, influence maps, unique maps, because we're getting way more of those than we'd normally see in a regular farm. It's actually an integral part of the farm. And so, you can see we have a little bit of adjustments right here. That's what these are. As well as the Yoke of Suffering value adjustments just basically tacked on an extra 1.1 div per yolk to make it 3 div for its closer to its average values. The astrolabes are new. I had a breach one, so that was big. But the other ones were kind of little. 1 Baria invitation, that's 1 div each now. And that brings us down to the final numbers. Investment 16.7 divines, 25C a piece per map, including buying and a few chaos orbs to roll. Again, no fragments involved. Gross 90.9 divines, net 74.2 divines made. And I mean, you can see, it says I have 75 div right here, so that added with a few extra things. And the yolk adjustments. Yeah, ironically, it came out to on the same number, net profit. That's what you see here. Divines per map, 0.74, 100 maps. And divines per hour, 22.8 is what I made per hour on this. Now, I am guessing I got lucky on yolk drops, because traditionally it's been around 5% drop rate. I always thought it was a little higher than that, based on my findings in previous leagues. But, you know, I conceded to a 5% drop rate assumption. Maybe they increased the drop rate now. I don't know if that's true, but if they didn't, that's a pretty big outlier. A really big outlier, honestly. 11 of those in 100 maps. Because they got 1 in 9 maps. Basically, you know, I got like an 11% drop rate, personally. If we assume that I had only dropped 5 yolks, then the normalized div per hour, this is something I did, and I said I was going to do it, and so here it is. The number comes out lower, 17.3 divines per hour. And again, just a reference above what I made yesterday on day 2. Granted, again, a little bit slower character and a little bit tighter economy, not inflated like crazy yet. 13.5 div per hour. So those numbers are big. I mean, that's looking like close to 20 div an hour is what I can make doing this. That's going to be a Headhunter in almost no time flat. And yeah, that's going to be it for the results. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't... I gotta do it again. I thought I was showing you guys the numbers. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I meant to show you the numbers the whole time. Alright, well, yeah, Central, we're gonna do it again. I'll cut this part of the video. As if I didn't say anything, alright? As if I didn't say anything. Guys, here we go. Calculations, results, liquidation, the aftermath, final results. All listed right here. Let me explain what's going on. You can see on the left-hand side, I got a few things set to the side on the bottom right. These things were factored in extra because the application doesn't detect those. We dropped an uncharacteristically high number of unique and influence maps that should be accounted for in a strategy like this, including 1.6 divines bonus from all the maps, including unique maps. Barrier invitation, that's a new boss invitation, 1 div there. Astrolabes, if that's how you say it, 1.2 div. That's a breach one in there, that was big. Yoke of Suffering, currently listed at 1.9 div here in the application, but I've gone in and looked at every single variable like roll range, and it's pretty obvious the average value there is around 3 divines. For example, a 10%er is 7 divines, you know, so to give you some sense, average 3 divines per yoke, and so that's just an adjustment there for the application and that to line up properly. 100 maps of Fortress boss rushing, and total investment was 16.7 divines each. That's 25C per map. That's roughly 20 to 25C to purchase, plus a little bit of chaos rolling if necessary. Again, much easier on the regex this time around than before for many reasons. Fewer terrible mods in there, plus a mixture of T16, 16.5, plus we don't care about the upside roll as well. Gross 90.9 divines, net 74.2 divines. Per map, 0.74 divines. And this was done in 3 hours and 15 minutes. Approximately. Divines per hour, 22.8 is what I personally made on this farm. But the normalized number is lower, and that's because 11 yolks of suffering, at least in traditional drop rate terms, is very lucky. I've already conceded before that it's probably around 5% drop rate in previous iterations of the game. Now, they could have adjusted drop rate. They were moving the maps around or changing how they function. But let's assume for a second that is a true 5% drop rate, and I just got that lucky. Well, I still would have made 17.3 divines per hour, because that's as if I dropped 5 yolks of suffering in 100 maps. So that's still pretty good showing. And up top, just to scroll up, we have 20 maps of Shrine Blasting yesterday on a character that's a little worse, with an economy a little bit less inflated maybe. 13.5 div per hour. I felt like that was a very good showing. Usually on a day 2 economy, I'm not exceeding 10 div an hour on anything. So to be hitting over 20 div an hour on day 3 is bonkers, and Headhunter is right around the corner. If that's the case, well, I mean, it obviously is the case. That is what I made this time. So a few more hours of this, it's in the bag. All right, so that's it for the results. Final thoughts. No gambling needed here, really, I don't think. No, I mean, the gambling was identifying the yolks of suffering. I should have saved that. Made that a gambling session. Oh, well. Anything special I want to say? I feel like what I want to say has to do with the character syncing up with that. Yeah. That's about it. Final thoughts. My final thoughts have mostly to do with feeling victorious about my league starter choice and being able to do shrine juicing or whatever's around the corner, especially with the tornado shot swap. All the crazy stuff we can do with that. New strats are being explored right now in real time, not by myself so much, but by others. But also having this avenue of just boss rushing, doing this kind of content too. Very much overlooked content right now. I mean, a lot of people don't even know the fortress map still exists, you know? I assume it didn't. But the Yoke of Suffering is still a chase item. These 2 fragments, the only 2 that drop off the boss, they're still valuable. A lot of people want to do uber bosses for their loot as well. And, I mean, you still drop a lot of loot in these tier 16s. Nightmare maps, there's a lot of scarabs, a lot of stuff. Still dropping 6 divines. Nothing to sneeze at. And so, very happy about that. That was one of the big reasons why League started. There was 2 major reasons. One, being able to do juice type content, being able to do solo boss type content. I uniquely went out of my way to make a very strong single target DPS bow build that was capable of still doing traditional farms on a bow build at a very early budget. I mean, this is really not a very expensive build, even still the way I have it set up and everything I got on here. It's working out real good. And I feel like it's paid dividends this time around. I anticipated people would overlook this strat. I anticipated it would still be a real strat, and it is very good right now. It is subject to fluctuations, of course. Being a nightmare map, universal map drop, could very easily see a situation where that starts to go more favorable towards other layouts with other keys going up. But for now, in day 2 and day 3, it's really nice. I would guess, the Fortress boss is the most lucrative, the Fortress map is the most lucrative nightmare map to do right now. But if it is, even if it is, it won't be forever. I'm sure it won't. And that's kind of an interesting economic dynamic about the universal nightmare map, where, you know, people are doing those farms are going to constantly chase, or what's the best map based on what keys are dropping and how much value those keys are versus other chase uniques like the Yoke on the Fortress boss. And then there's supposedly barrels in every nightmare map too now to equalize that. That's definitely pretty interesting how all that will shake up. So that is basically it for the final thoughts. As far as anything else to say, I already made a video kind of highlighting the whole shrine juicing thing. That's very exciting. Check it out if you hadn't seen it already. So that's a great way to enter into farming with, you know, easy content, extreme amounts of borrowed power with like 12 shrines or whatever. Not that it was easy, but, you know, it's a lot of borrowed power. Speaking of which, I do want to come out with a future video talking about how much borrowed power you can get on the Atlas, because I think it would be nice to remind people. Between day 2 and day 3, I added Huck with an Anger Ore in there. Between the already adrenaline-like buff he gives, the Anger Ore solving even Trinity issues even more so. It could allow me to put in Hydrosphere in here, which give me even more damage or something to hit, where I normally couldn't because it would mess with Trinity. So it kind of snowballed in a good way. Adding them in there maybe kill the boss way faster today. Not to mention, of course, adding the enchant here. Between those two things, they're doing way more damage today than was yesterday, and basically nothing else changed with the gear. Yeah, so that's going to be a video coming up, obviously, shortly after this strategy video. More streaming soon, and we'll be exploring some other strats. I got Essence on top of my head. I wonder about Essence. I'm going to look into that. This build would be good at that too, as a single target blitzer. Oh yeah, tornado shot swap, definitely as well. I think I might go ahead and wait for Headhunter before that, considering how quickly I can get it just doing this farm. Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab it. I'll grab that first, I think. Alright guys, that's it. Nothing left to say on this video. Hope you enjoyed this session. Hope you got some insight on the current state of nightmare map farming, Fortress Boss anyway. It's here to stay. It's not gone. Still here, and still a totally valid way to make currency, especially if you are not running some Giga Blaster character before a Headhunter. You got something that's more single target focused, like my build, evidently. That's going to work out pretty well for you. But it might not forever, so hit it while you can. We'll see you guys next time. Alright, that's it for a video. Is this build a good league start? I think it is. What gem do we get for Ice Shot? Returning Mirage would be number 1. Hypothermia is probably number 2. Mirage Archer would be good. Added Cold is good. That's about it as far as good ones. Just green gems specifically. I have a feeling Divine Orbs are going to go down a bit soon. Yeah, these were selling for more. What, 30? 20 now? 20? $110. Huh. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, bitch. Ha! Found it. Best roll.
What have you? I think I could sell that. Hello, hello.
Went down. This has semi crashed in the last 20 minutes. Weird, dude. This got undervalued in the app too. 69. Ambush scarabs are a little bit valuable. How much fire damage needed to proc Trinity? T1 roll on gloves be enough? Yeah, probably. Not with Hydrosphere in, but yeah. I mean, just Flame Wall by itself is enough. Like a level 15 Flame Wall is enough to really help. Yeah, Hydrosphere gets hit by Split Arrow. And also, my theory, I don't know if this is true or not, but if you have a lot of proc rate, Hydrosphere can proc like 2 or 3 times, or 3 or 4 times a second. No, 4 or 5 times a second, really. Which might suggest that it can actually accept a hit 3, 4, or 5 times per second, not once a second. So, yeah. I'm playing without Flame Wall right now. Only because I'm depending on Huck to give me Anger Aura.
I'd consider that a win.
As well as having... The first thing you would want to do is gain his extra fire or flat fire, big flat fire implicit roll on your quiver. Now, I don't put corruptions like that as part of the build guide. It's not easily replicable, but you know, here the inside information is
There's a fair breeze
get
on the
yourself
wind
a
today,
quiver
wouldn't you
like
say,
this. Okay.
Could do worse, exile. You've got a fez you
That
might
alone will
attend.
basically replace Flame Wall. Or that with Flame Wall will be really good, but that with Huck, Anger, and actually Huck is even better than just Anger. I also have it where players, this is kind of coincidence, but players, what is it? Players and minions.
On the wind
I don't actually know if it counts for me as in a player, but I'm guessing it does. The modifier on there, players and minions have
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
flat fire damage or whatever. You guys know if that counts? For like me as a player when he's out in the map? Or does that just count for Huck and Huck's minions? I'm guessing it's not Huck and Huck's minions.
You've got a fez you might want to tend.
Spending like a wastrel again, I see.
You've got a fez you might want to tend.
Anger, yeah. Level 15 Anger is the highest level you can get there.
Was a long journey, but the exchange.
So when you spawn in a map, he's always up, and so instantly you have that Anger Aura on, which means that, like, in the first few shots before he dies, like, he'll die on the boss, on the Fortress boss, but not until the Fortress boss does, like, a couple of attacks, so you always get the Trinity running.
As a commoner might say. There's a fair breeze on the wind today. Wouldn't you say?
There's something you have to watch out for this build, trying to rely on Heat Shiver for Trinity. Is because
There's a fair breeze
you
on
have
the
to
wind
freeze
today.
everything, you have to
Exile.
chill everything, max chill, in order to get even have a chance to unlock Trinity. And then if you don't do anything else, it still has a pretty low proc rate because even still your max fire is always like barely higher than your min cold.
Orders in. Was a long journey, but the
Watch me do another 20 maps and not get
The dog
a yoke.
is in
That'd be
the
funny.
hen house, as a commoner might say. There's a fair breeze on the wind today, wouldn't you say, exile?
Yeah, he can die. He respawns in like 5 seconds later or something. You don't have to click anything.
I've got some wealth for you. What do we ship?
There's no way to increase his survivability that I know of, unless you're like giving, you know, minions an aura or something. Here are your phantom mids. Oh, what's up with this lag, dude? Yeah, sharpening stone. That's right. He also gives this buff. Combat ready is basically adrenaline with a little less movement speed. I think I'll try to re-roll the really low rolls. Unless it's like this where we're like god tier res. The res roll's insane here.
What have you got for me? At that price?
Guessing it's not gonna sell.
Ah,
This one.
really?
And straight into it. Straight in. 7, 10, 5, 7, 8.
I'll let you know.
I'm gonna say my build's stronger than mine version. Talking about Arrow's version. I think it's too different to tell, to be honest. Did you ever add an Atlas planner to the shrine video? No, but you can pause. I thought I did, but I don't know. You can pause the video like 5 minutes and look at it. Sorry if I forgot. I mean, I did push that video out like as fast as I could. And then get back to farming. Kinda have to cut me some slack on in that case. That was early day 2.
The Mary Lee.
You drop returning procs for hypothermia if you don't have the upgraded gem? No, you don't drop. You don't drop returning proj unless you get returning proj as a level 1 supported by Ice Shot of Pen.
We'll make it happen. I should raise my fees. I should raise my fees. I'll put the word out.
Why Fortress is not one of the better other ones? 2 reasons. One is easier boss, especially on a character like this. It really tries not to get hit.
What have you? The Mary Lee.
But the bigger reason is Yoke of Suffering drops there.
At that price. Ah.
Actually, I wonder what the Covenant is worth. Anyone think I'm gonna get another yoke? Could be for Warden. I'm bound over till you have cast on Cradle and we can bone show check them together and understand. Oh, because of the boots. That POB, that character's build enabling boots, Lionized Paws, auto cast Rain of Arrows. So if you just, it's basically a pseudo 6-link, those boots. And the downside doesn't matter because, like, you're either on full life or you're dead on that build, so. The whole, like, lose movement speed on low life thing. Redecaying fragments. Still currency. Still currency.
Approach, challenger.
Yeah, those boots are a special, an actual build enabling unique item. Alright, I guess he just drops it all the time. That particular support gem,
We've made a trade.
maybe it's the only one he can drop. Oh, shame though. Building POB, Bone Chill. Bone Chill is a very flexible gem. You just have to get the minimum chill threshold to make it work. Oh my god, he's healing. What in the fuck?
My mana is full.
Fuck was making him heal. Couple uniques here. Can I see in POB that my Trinity is working? You can check calculations, see the maximum cold. Or maximum fire versus maximum cold.
Orders in. Was a long journey, but the exchange went well enough. Oh. Toodles.
Fiend and fortune hunter alike turned to ash. Sorry, Alliance,
Okay. I was trying to figure out if I was even going to use that. Attempt to use that. Is it possible to start with Eye Shot in the early Atlas? Not really. It'll be weaker. Like either you gotta get Fury Valve and Heat Shiver in advance, which I guess is not that hard now. Yeah, maybe you can get Fury Valve and Heat Shiver in advance, but then I mean, you can run it with a pure elemental bow and glove setup and not have full convert initially in the Atlas. It's fine.
fiend and fortune hunter alike turned to ash.
Otherwise, if you can't get the helmet in the neck, then you're gonna have to run like regular ice shot, and it's just much weaker than this gem with the tech involved. Twinking. Yeah, I honestly hadn't given it a huge amount of thought. The idea of going in advance, like, could you twink it like that? I was really just thinking in terms of Bible League start.
Sold something while you were gone.
Three divs in early maps and only 2 more in 80 maps? Yup. Alright, I made up for it in Yolks of Suffering. Yay. Not going. Yeah, that was really bad to die there. I now know where the boss is, though. Spine bow with 18% frac should be good. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. I thought about doing it that way, actually. Guy dies as if he's got punishment on him. That cast on death portal. How to craft a mid-game bow like mine. The same way you craft the other one. Except the meta crafting can have up to 3 modifiers. Do you know what that is? Because if you do, it's the same thing as the crafting the low-end bow, except you start with a fractured mod. Well, I guess I fractured the mod that I usually essence with, so I used Deafening Essence of Hatred. See? Until I hit attack speed and then just annulled off garbage and just did this. This is kind of a one step above the low end craft, but you know it wasn't worth trying to put in there because it's a little bit too annoying to craft that way to kind of warrant spending currency that way. I think for most people, I'm just particular and picky. I always like the sort of intermediate jumps in gear, but a lot of people, you know, want bigger jumps in gear. So, like, they kind of want to have the low end and then just farm Headhunter with it, and then, you know. Been trying to profit craft high-end bows. Why wouldn't it work? I mean, bows are meta this league. Didn't you hear? Your plan should have worked. Did you goof up the modifiers? Did you get the wrong mods? Viewing chance. I just got 4 off the top of my head. Returning Proj, Hypothermia, Mirage Archer, and Added Cold. Dude, what in the... Oh my god, there's so much shit on the screen. This game gotta do this to me. Like the hell of a map to spawn 6 additional smugglers caches, you know? Nice.
Approach, challenger.
Move properly. Can't die. Tiri's armor worth using? I mean, it's a decent choice, but it's even more glass cannon-like, so... I don't think we really need the added damage there. I'd rather have the haste. Haste aura, getting rid of purity of elements. Need the reduced ailment, or I mean, if you can get like a ancestral vision. How much does ancestral vision or storm shroud cost? The body armor is easy to craft. It's not that, for what it is, not that expensive. Start with the 6 linked already. Hey, what's up? Just got done crafting, or not crafting, doing a nice farming session. Making a bunch of currency. Can't see anything. This map. So many uniques. But no yolk. Hey, Scrimps, what's going on, dude? What up? Give this a shout out. Resident Raider. How's it going? Oh, I forgot the command's not live. Let me try that again. Oh, because I misspelled. Finished Atlas stuff, cleaned up the build pretty well. And what build is that? Not this build, is it? Windows per map, what? Oh my god, this map is... I can't do it. Desecrated ground. Too dangerous. I don't know why the skeleton card is listed there like that. Well, my character's not responding. $16 windows per map. Damn. So what kind of currency per hour does that make? I guess it's kind of hard to tell, huh? I did hear something about synergy with, yeah, with Mirage and Ritual, granting a whole bunch of extra, what is it? Tribute? Yeah, tribute. Eldritch Rewards going ham on this map. Wait, I just turned down Grand Embers. Oh well. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really know a lot about ritual farming in PoE 1. I know more about it in PoE 2. Because it was like so prevalent there. I'm just doing Fortress boss rushing now. We just got done doing 100 maps, made 22 div an hour doing it, but I dropped 11 yolks in 100 maps, so that bit of an outlier. Maps seem hard. They just bought. I like how it's like fine if I die once because I can just turn around and go the other way. Yeah, looting on this character is painful on these maps a little bit, but other than that, it's fine. And that mod where the rares are apparitions after they die is actually kind of dangerous. So you've been enjoying the league? Like overall? I take it you have? Heard almost nothing negative said about it.
Sold something while you were gone.
I just need to do 100 or 200 of these fortress boss maps and I'll literally farm a Headhunter in that time. Very likely. Stilling orb again. Each league mechanic's more of what you like. It's hard not to... Yeah, I hear you. I had to drop a video ASAP about Eldritch Altar farming. I expected it to be not so great with this mechanic, but it turns out it spawned all of the influence again. Second time. And it tries to cram the entire influence's worth of monster packs into one tiny little arena on top of that. Wait, I'm about to spawn some reach mobs in here. They have had some server lag issues and stuff though. Extra 20% pack size? I know, dude. That's so crazy. Tabula rasa. I forgot to turn my tinctures on there on that fight. Oops. That unique belt, that's a well-designed unique from GGG for sure. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to start regexing that mod off. The rare monsters persist after death. Starting to not like that modifier. Died from that again. Both deaths are from that. Oh man. Point blank him, then he's immediately in my face, still doing damage. Not like this. At least I got the deeps. 47 lightning res. Oh, Lich Circlet. Damn, too bad it's not 48. 47 lightning res.
We've made a trade.
Lich Circlet. Eye level 85.
You've got a business.
Not that great.
Really?
Oh no, not even that.
I'll update that.
Alright, so Scrim says Ritual is good. I've heard Breach is good. What else? What Mirage-based mechanics are really good? Well, what about Legion? Is Legion not really good in Mirage?
Approach, challenger.
Budget boxes decent in Jungle Valley. Okay. Believe that. High investment box is crazy. Oh yeah? How so? Scare is this scarab farming with operative boxes? Containment, is that what it is?
The dog is in the hen house, as a commoner might say.
Yeah, divination pilfering might not work out so well. I don't know. So, pilfering probably doesn't work with Mirage. Hardly at all. But it would cross over well with this. With the operative strongbox farming. Because either way, you're still running containment with chance to open and all that stuff. But like, you can't get diviner strongboxes and it count to a boss because the boss doesn't exist in that zone. I don't think it would carry over, right? Unless it does, if somebody knows it does, that'd be crazy. The sermon is very nerfed. There's a lot less diviners. I see. Divination card farming might be hurting this league then. Alright, this doesn't make any sense. Why would I keep dying there? These mobs acting like they got reflect or something. Out of here with that. Yeah, Corruption's either Mirage Archer, Hypothermia, Returning Projectiles, or Added Cold, I think. One of those 4. One of those 4 should do. Dude, that might be worth a lot. Yeah, you don't do returning projectiles with that. No, no, no. Oh, you really want chain on tornado shot. Like if you got chain, that'd be sick. I mean, it's basically chain or bust on that, like high-end tornado shot.
You've got a fez. You might want to tend. Ah. Hopefully there'll be interest.
Dropped Unnatural Instinct. There you go. Asvin to the hit chain, really? Like right as I said it? On tornado shot, not ice pen, right? Chain's not good for ice pen. Oh, nice. Hey man, big grats.
My mana is gone.
Yeah, sure. See that tornado shot gem. I wonder what the rate of it is getting it. It is level 1 chain. Damn. The Abyss. Actually, that really, the fact that you can do that really lowers the value of Deadeye tornado shot, because Ricochet is such like a build enabling. I mean, there are some workarounds like you corrupted quiver and whatever, but like, wow, that's one of the few things that Deadeye has that makes it really hard to compete with for tornado shot. The fact that the level 1 gem is functionality is basically as good. As a level 20 gem, no real meaningful difference. Ray. Oh, hey, Harry Ray. How's it going? Yeah, that's her signature move, isn't it? I did not drop another yoke at 20 maps later. I really didn't. That's funny.
Long journey, but the exchange went well enough.
I don't know, man. Maybe I got that lucky.
Hello.
Dang. Okay, some of these are Stellan. Not all, that's good. I didn't know I got the right price. 12 divines? Wait, what? Sold for 12 divines. Oh, the yolks. Right, yolks did. Yolk selling. Yoke of suffering. 5 and 3. And 7 and 7. Whoa. Make 'em bank, yo. Make 'em bank. Far shot? No, you wouldn't do far shot. You'd do, honestly, I'd probably just do... I would either go, like... A few different things you could do. Fury of Nature would be pretty sweet, actually. You don't need Blast Freeze in that case. If you do Fury of Nature. Scorch? Maybe, might work for tornado shot. I don't know if it hits hard enough though. You could do Avatar just to absolutely annihilate bosses whenever you come into them. Avatar might be pretty sick, 'cause the uptime would be really high on that. Tornado shot, but it wouldn't matter for like mapping. Pathfinder doesn't have anything. Even, I don't know, even maybe like, maybe endless munition, probably not. Maybe focal point is good. Or shit, maybe you just steal Tailwind. No, can't do that. Yeah, you have the boots later. I don't know, I low-key think Fury of Nature might be best. Because then because Fury of Nature, I have to double check if Fury of Nature pushes all of the shock stacks over each one, but that would push the shocks and the freezes and the chills over, which means you get instant first hit, like max damage from heat shivers on trash and everything. Ricochet and chain? No, you wouldn't stack those. You only need one chain, and Ricochet is not all that special. Off the wall stuff, it's okay, but it's not like crazy. Alright guys, well I did what I wanted to do today on stream. I want to get this video out. So I think I'm actually going to exit out here and edit this video real quick and get some dinner. I'm actually going to do this tonight. And then continue farming this a little more till I have Headhunter, and then tomorrow morning I'll come out with before stream I'll do a day 3 review. Got Headhunter, day 3 update. You'll be able to get there. Unless it starts skyrocketing like 200 div or something plus. Which, I don't know, it might do that. I don't know if there are any farms where people are actually dropping a ton of uniques yet. If there's not, then it could be problematic. We're chasing that down. I have a funny feeling Headhunter might go up to like over 200 div this league. On day 3, day 4. Actually, it's already on its way down a little bit. It went up to 120, it's already down to 114. I don't know, who knows? People do still like... Actually, no, Headhunter might not be so bad because everybody's going for that Shrine Belt anyway. I forgot about that. But that'll help probably offset some of the initial crazy spike. What a farm though, dude. That was fun. We got 3 yolks of suffering in a row. What anoint do you use if you use Enduring Suffusion? Oh. I don't remember. I think it might be like Sovereignty, but not if you don't need the res. It would be Sovereignty would be good if you can make use of the reservation efficiency. Because that's Hatred Aura effect and Haste Aura effect. Well, actually, I guess, yeah, it's either that or Assassination. Assassination would be big damage. Otherwise. Magmatic Strike. Does that gain his extra fire? Sure. Sure, I mean, maybe. Maybe it is best. Yeah, because if that means... Actually, for Tornado Shot... if you're asking about... Well, if you're asking about Tornado Shot, you wouldn't do that. Go Hydrosphere. But Hydrosphere is pretty powerful for Ice Shot of penetration. Because one single hit is pretty big. You gotta raid. You gotta raid someone. I was gonna raid Pro Plays yesterday. For a hot second. And I didn't, so I'm gonna raid him today. Pro Plays. How's this guy only have 134 viewers? That's crazy. Should be way more popular. This guy's like really good at the game. Racer finds good strats. Bow enthusiast extraordinaire. Yeah, we're rating Pro Plays. We'll see what he's up to. I'm kind of genuinely curious what he's doing, what he league started, what strats he's doing. We'll get something insightful for sure. He might be doing duo stuff though. He sometimes does that. And yeah, we should be back on tomorrow. I think I might be on a little later tomorrow because I want to get out a day 3 update video. So it might be like the night stream. That's the goal. 2 videos coming at you before the next stream. 2 big ones. The 100 maps farming here and then a day 3 update. Keep him busy, folks. And then tonight, I gotta farm some more. Yep. So, Scrimps, thanks for the raid. I know a lot of you raiders. Gonna go move on over to him. If you're on YouTube, we'll see you most certainly tomorrow, later in the day. Probably would like start streaming around now, something like that.